Mayor Cowan, we would like to call the meeting to order. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code of the Texas Open Meetings Act, notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section V, Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene into a regular meeting on December 10th, 2024. Is called to order at 5:03 in the City Commission chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, Old Federal Building, located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. Members of the public will submit a comment form, will be permitted to offer public comments as provided by the agenda and as permitted by the presiding officer during the meeting. A recording of the meeting will be made available to the public in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. Mayor, may I conduct the roll call?
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor John Cowan, Jr.
Present.
Commissioner Tino Villarreal.
I believe he's going to dial in.
He's trying to get connected. Commissioner Brian L. Martinez.
Present.
Commissioner Roy De Los Santos.
Present.
Commissioner Rose Gowan. Commissioner Linda C. Macias.
Present.
Commissioner Pedro Cardenas.
Present.
Or Cardenas. Now we will proceed to the invocation that will be led by Pastor Brad Burks, and following we will have the Pledge of Allegiance of the flags of the United States of America and the state of Texas.
Please remain standing after the prayer for the pledge. Let's pray. Father God, once again, we thank you for your love, your grace, and your mercy, especially this time of year when we look forward to the time when we celebrate the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ. When we see the Christmas tree, help us to remember the purpose that you came, Lord Jesus, to die on that cross for us in our place, for our sins. Help us to live in a way that honors your sacrifice, Lord God. Lead and guide each one of us in everything we do, all of our relationships. Help us to notice those people that don't have anybody during this Christmas season and reach out to them, love them. And Lord, for this meeting here today, we ask you to lead and guide our mayor and our commissioners and everyone that presents anything, Lord, for the very best for the city of Brownsville. We ask all of these things in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. And now we'll have a short moment of silence where we can all add our prayers to what has already been spoken. Amen.
Flag, United States of America, to the republic, the nation, indivisible, justice.
Next, we will proceed with the proclamations. The first proclamation is recognizing the retired police officers and firefighters, presented by Commissioner L.C. Macias and Mayor J. Cowan.
If there's anyone here that wishes, that is going to receive this proclamation, can you guys step forward, please? Not sure if there is. Okay. So this is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing retired public safety officials and first responders. Whereas public safety officials and first responders dedicate their lives to protecting and serving our communities, often placing themselves in harm's way to ensure the safety, health, and well-being of others. And whereas their service demands exceptional courage, selflessness, and resilience, often requiring them to respond to emergencies at all hours under unpredictable and extreme weather conditions and in dangerous and life-threatening situations. And whereas their commitment frequently comes at great personal sacrifice, including missed holidays, birthdays, family milestones, and other important moments in order to fulfill their duty to the public. And whereas the physical and emotional demands of their profession often exceed ordinary expectations, requiring a deep sense of purpose, integrity, and dedication to protect and aid their fellow citizens. And whereas the retirement of these individuals marks the culmination of a career characterized by sacrifice, bravery, and extraordinary contributions to their communities, deserving of our profound gratitude and recognition. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission, extend our deepest appreciation to our retiring public safety officials and first responders for their unwavering service, their commitment to safety of others, and the sacrifices they have made to uphold the values of the community, justice, and protection. Be it further resolved that the City of Brownsville honors their dedication by acknowledging the lasting impact they have made on our community and by celebrating their legacy as a source of inspiration for future generations. Done on this, the 10th day of December 2024, signed the Mayor and the City Commission.
And just for clarification, this will be given at the union party, so we can go ahead and give this to them directly and be able to just thank them for their service. And so it's going to be a fun gathering. And so we will be presenting this to them at their union parties. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Is recognizing Boy Scout Gabriel Matthew Sanchez.
Okay, and if I can please have Gabriel Sanchez and family come up here, please. Yes, everyone is invited, and we'll take some pictures for you guys, not to worry. Thank you so much for being here. It brings me great pride to be able to read this proclamation on behalf of the City Commission recognizing Boy Scout Gabriel Matthew Sanchez. Whereas on June 25th, 2024, Boy Scout Gabriel Matthew Sanchez from Troop 777 was recognized by the Boy Scouts of America for successfully completing our requirements for scouting's highest rank. And whereas we are gathered here on this occasion to recognize Gabriel Matthew Sanchez for obtaining the rank of Eagle Scout within the scouting organization. And whereas Eagle Scout rank is the highest achievement in the BSA's Scouts program, BSA was founded over 100 years ago. And only 4 to 6% of Boy Scouts are granted this distinguished rank. And whereas Gabriel Matthew began scouting in the first grade as a Tiger Cub, he has been active in Scout Troop 777 for the past 7 years, earning the 21 Eagle Scout required merit badges, plus additional badges totaling 39 merit badges. And whereas Gabriel Matthew built a dog park in collaboration with the City of Brownsville Parks and Recreation. Camp K9 was built on Cabler Park on Burnett Road, Brownsville, Texas. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, by the authority vested in us by the city charter and on behalf of all of our citizens, hereby recognize and congratulate Gabriel Matthew Sanchez for his exceptional service in our community and for completing his Eagle Scout project, done on this, the 10th day of December, 2024.
Denise.
Much brother. The whole one. And if you would like to share some words that you would like to share, you can on the mic right there. And I do have to state that it's families like the Sanchez family that continue to make our community just amazing and great. Gabriel brought forth an idea of creating a dog park at Cabler Park, which is located in District 2. And it's phenomenal, and a big shout out to yourself for initiating at such a young age and understanding the power that you have as a constituent, bringing forth ideas and just trying to make the park better. And big shout out to our Parks and Rec department for helping out and building forth. It's really a beautiful addition to the park, and it couldn't have been done without you and your family support.
First, I want to say thank you to everybody taking the time out of their day for the recognition. I have been in scouting ever since I was in first grade as a little tiger cub, and now that this year I graduate as an eagle. I'm very proud of my accomplishments. I'm very proud of my troop, for all of us staying together. Very happy with my family for always being there and helping me with my scouting journey. Scouting is not that easy as some people think, and I'm proud of myself and proud of my troop and proud of my scoutmaster for always being there and for always sticking together. Thank you.
Now we will enter to the public comment period. Section 2-26, meetings and agendas. F, the public input during meetings. Number 1, conduct, states that that conversations between and among audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room. That attendees should refrain from conversations while commission is in session. B, cell phones, that attendees must refrain from the operation and use of the cellular telephones, pagers, etc., or any mechanical devices that may disrupt the city commission's proceeding. C, the placards, banners, and signs are not to be permitted in the commission chambers or in any other room in which the city commission conducts a meeting. Included in this prohibition are various hats, caps, visors, and T-shirts, which may represent the sentiments as alluded to regarding the placards, banners, and/or signs. D, exhibits, displays, and visual aids used in connection with the presentation to the City Commission are prohibited. E, only City Commission members and city staff may approach the dais. If report, letter, etc. is to be presented to the commission, it should be given to the city secretary or staff who will make the distribution. It is preferable that the item be given to the city secretary prior to the meeting time. A copy of the item should be made available for the city secretary's official record. And F, all comments shall be made to the mayor and the city commission as a whole and not to the individual commission members. At this time, Mayor and Commissioners, we've received 2 that have been pre-registered before. However, we did receive 1 after the deadline. How would you like to proceed with?
Can we accept the one that was received after?
Yeah, I'm okay.
To do that, council,
Correct. You would have to have.
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
The first member we have is Sean Ayers to discuss.
I'm Sean Ayers. I came up here to say the pillage and the plunder of taxpayers' funds for your refugees must stop. The people spoke out, the whole Rio Grande Valley went red. Even Trump posted that we spoke out in a major way. Every battleground state, the popular vote, obviously, there's more people here that feel the same way I do. And the people that voted that way need to stop trying to hide it. We voted that way for a reason. We said enough. We're tired of the Democrats feeding the 5'7" manly Ukrainian dictator Zelensky that suspended elections and turned the media in this country to a government propaganda channel. Banned the liberal parties in this country, and you can look this up, overstayed his presidency and is a textbook dictator definition. He didn't care when he violated the Minsk agreement. They tried to forbid the Eastern Ukrainians from speaking Russian, which is all some of them spoke when they were burning ethnic Russians alive in the contested areas at the trade union building. Also documented, you pray for these people, absolutely sickening. He is put in by coup d'etat. I just read the Democrats spent $80 billion on some program while there are still dead bodies, homeless people in North Carolina. We are sick of this. We are sick of the looting of the taxpayers' dollars. Stop the funding of refugees with OEM and disaster management. I've called in code enforcement on University Inn Hotel where you've housed them. I've called it in for human trafficking and code violations. I'm doing everything I can to combat you. So you know, I'm running for town council and I'm coming for OEM and disaster management's funding. I will do everything I can to get these chauffeurs for these refugees fired. I will do that, and we are sick of this looting. The taxpayers' dollars, stop the funding. And the people on this council are thieves, cowards, and traitors. They steal your money and get out to immigrants. You ask for transparency, they cower. You ask them to stop, they don't. You don't have access to these people in the mayor here like in other places. I will make disaster management and OEM have to sign off on every dollar they get and prove what money is being used for, proof of disaster of emergency. Not one more dollar will be allotted for migrants. I will do everything to get chair to make sure full cooperation with government Abbott's deportation plan is comprehensive and smooth going. I will try to lobby for the erection of temporary detention center here for these migrants. Let me be clear. I don't like anyone on the town council. I don't like the mayor. If possible, I will do everything I can to make sure they are prosecuted for aiding and abetting illegals. If they resist Abbott and are punished criminally for the malfeasance, you see the name Sean Ayers on the ballot, you know who to check mark.
The next member signed is Yolanda Speed. The next one that we have is Roberto Valencia.
Hello, everybody, commissioners, mayor. Carlos, move it up for him.
Please state your name for the record, sir.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can I sing now?
Yes.
Right.
Can you state your name for the record? And you got 3 minutes.
My name is Roberto Valencia. I came here, I'm a developer and builder, and we have a little issues with the Axela. So I just want to came to talk a little bit about it. It's important to learn from our mistakes, and we have to learn that. I understand that you just start to using this software, and it's a curve of learning, but that curve of learning costs money to us, and we submit a permit in August. We've been able to resolve it in November, but through a lot of faults. I have to call. Well, I've been talking with Ismael, and he said that the department needs to sign off every time there is a submittal, and we submit things that have been approved since August. So, and they lost their track in the system somehow. I tell them that the problem was in the system. And I receive a call from Daniel Garcia from engineering as well. He's helping me to resolve that issue. But in that period of time, our proposal or our budget shows one thing. We're in times of inflation. And so that costs like 10%. On the cost, and explain that to an investor is always something that is not nice, you know, and I think that delayed the process. We have another project in downtown with the historical approval as well, and they approve it here, and then it takes like 3 weeks to get the letter of acceptance and the permit finally. All that things obviously is cost to somebody, the owners, investors, constructors, subcontractors. And that's my concern. I want to make it public and talk to you guys and see if we can improve. We want to improve that. We need it to keep growing, and don't say that in McAllen they can get the permit real fast and in Brownsville we can't. And we can do better. One city. I hope we can do better. Yes, that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Presentations. Work plan for the fiscal year 2024 accomplishments and fiscal year 2025 highlights, the city manager's office.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commission. I'm inviting Mr. Roberto Baez, our Director of Enterprise Project Management Office. The office was created to ensure that our work plan items, over 400, are completed. And if there's anything that there's an obstacle, how do we improve those obstacles or get over through support? So we're going to go ahead and go over the 2020. I want to start with the 2024 accomplishments. And I know I see the 2025 is first, so let's do the 2024 to go over what has been completed. And it needs to be loaded. Okay. So while we load the 2024, let's go through 2025.
All right. Good afternoon. Things changed, right? So now we're pivoting. Good afternoon, Roberto Baez, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm here. We have several points in the presentations, as you can see. The main aspect is to celebrate. You guys have supported the administration and all this great team, the one city, and I think it's good for the public also to see all the accomplishments, right? We hear things, how can we improve, but also it's good for us to share what we have done as a group, and that is because of all of you. So the plan was for us to start on 2024 accomplishments, but we're switching to a little bit of the sneak peek, if you will, what's coming, notable initiatives of the 25. Again, we're gonna have about 374 work plan elements. Year by year, we've been doing better on that. Now we're collecting different data, such as district number. We're collecting data such as budget, if it's budgeted or not, the amount, funding source, so on and so forth. So every year we're doing a little bit better. Just for give you some examples, and again, this is just a snapshot of all the things that we have. We're not gonna be here all night talking about every single element, even though we wanted to do so. We're so happy and excited about it. Economic development, we have some, as you probably know, the development of the master plan Renaissance in downtown. We're also working on stabilize the Capitol Theater for future redevelopment. We want to also expand the downtown tax increment and reinvestments on TERS. So there's a lot of things on economic development that we're planning already for fiscal year 2025. On planning and zoning, some of them is that we continue the support of the development of the Madeira Master Plan Community and the Rhodes Master Plan Community. We're going to be developing the City of Brownsville Future Comprehensive Plan. I think it's time for us to now working on that as well. And the first Housing Master Plan. And again, we have other examples of the things that we're doing for planning and zoning. And as you can see, we did our best to also identify by pillars, the pillars that you guys created for as a guidance. We have infrastructure. We continue managing the construction of several things at the zoo. If you went recently to the zoo, you see there's a lot of things going on. We're already working on the water and wastewater project. We are in the final stages of signing the agreement for the zip line. And actually today we have one of the companies doing the second workshop for the schematic design for the lion exhibit. So we'll continue working on that.
I would also add that the Gladys Porter Zoo, the zip line, is scheduled to open within like the end of the first quarter of 2025. So I think that'll be a new attraction specifically if you're, not 5, but maybe 14, that'll be a new attraction for the zoo.
Correct. Also, we're excited as we continue having, strong support, financially support, and more projects that we're establishing the first capital improvement program team that is going to help manage the 5-year, $300 million capital improvement program plan. This year, we're also going to have the fully completion of the Jose Colunga transfer station by Billy Mitchell, so on and so forth on infrastructure.
Another thing, if you go back to quality of life, we have as you know, we opened the West Rail Trail last year, and now we have funding for the amenities through a TASA grant, through the RGV MPO. So managing our $41 million with grants is also allowing us to look at new trails and new land acquisition and park acquisition. So those are the types of things that we're looking at is, how do we leverage our general fund and our capital improvement funding with grant funding. And I do want you to go slow with the roads because I think it's something that our community always asks about. It's the number one, I think, thought of all throughout the United States, right? I would say we're not the only city that is looking at road improvements. So let's go through that slowly.
Sure. So we have some drainage improvements. We have done the Four Corners detention pond, Los Tomates draining project, which you just recently approved the contract, the Impala Ditch lining project. We have also installed 70 additional bus shelters, synchronization of the traffic signal operations. We have the Boca Chica corridor and several around that, Ruben Torres Boulevard, International Boulevard, Padre Island Highway, and FM 511. On the public safety building, we also continue, we start the design with the first public safety complex. We're gonna start preparing collective bargaining agreement for the fire department. We're also gonna be implementing optimized workplace mental health by launching at least 2 prevention programs. We have the Teen Core initiative, implementing new passenger safety program, so on and so forth. The quality of life, as you know, this week have the soft opening for the senior center, so we continue working on that one. Complete the bus rapid transit feasibility study. We have the promote and health and wellness among city employees utilizing BTX Health Center, acquire contract for the Vector Module Lab, implementing the digital literacy for BTX Fiber to increase digital inclusion. That was also part of the ARPA monies, and we have our customers, so that will help us creating that digital inclusion. And again, we have more ones. Another one important is the implementation of the solid waste and recycle collection contract, implement the Market Square and Brownsville Museum of Fine Arts, the transition plans and relocation of Newhouse. We're working on that as we speak.
We also have the acquisition of a new park through the Texas Wildlife. We have applied for a grant, or we're applying for the grant for La Posada Park. So that would be the newest park. And we're also seeking on another parkland acquisition that is still in executive session. So when that's announced, hopefully we will be able to announce that to the public. We're also seeking certification for the tourist-friendly Texas Certified Community Program. Just like we want to be bike-friendly and film-friendly, we want to be tourism-friendly. So that's very important for the continued marketing and economic development and quality of life and vibrancy of our city.
Also, this year we're completing the Brownsville Cannery project. I know everybody's looking into that, so is looking at this for fiscal year 25. Governance, we have more things coming up this year. Implemented the flexible schedule for City of Brownsville employees. We're also working on the compensation plan for city employees. Continue fostering the one city collaborative approach. We're working with our intergovernmental relations manager and coordinator and execute Brownsville Day at the Texas Capitol. Working and implementing the 89th legislative session strategy, executing the 2025 State of the City address, implementing the short-term rental ordinance. And again, this is just several other examples that we have on the work plan for 2025. Here we have another big kind of snapshot of the plans. We've been working with our Engineering Public Works Department. They're doing a great job of keeping track of data on different spreadsheets. And again, it died, but
You know it off the top of your head, Robert, don't you?
we have 19 streets. But I have Dodo here, maybe he has them. All right, you see, he has them. Actually, I should have them too, somewhere. There you go, I have them. All right, so we have total of 19 streets that they're planning to work on. Thank you, Dodo. Some of the locations are, all right, I'm back to it.
I think the most important street that we have that has been announced, is Old Highway 77. That is, so you'll see what we ask our residents. We're seeing a lot of construction going on within the last, I would say, couple of months, right? And so what we ask is with the 19 streets that we're doing, this doesn't include what TxDOT is doing. So these are city-initiated projects, but on top of that, you have projects like, International and other projects that are not necessarily city-led. And also maybe there's PUB utility improvements that may also affect roads and streets. So I'd ask the public for full reconstruction. It's almost like a new street when you're really gutting it to the bottom of the street, and that's Old Highway 77. With mill and overlay, with 14 of those streets, that's faster. That's what we saw on Price Road. That's what we see on Central or in certain projects. So just to see the comparison between reconstruction is a longer term, maybe a year, 18 months. Mill and overlay, it can be from 3 weeks to 4 weeks or less, depending on how quickly our crews work. But at the total cost, when we're looking at, is over $28 million that is going towards streets. And I think that's really important in terms of the mayor and the city commission's prioritization of reconstruction and also saving our streets through in-house mill and overlay.
So for the record of the audience, I'm just gonna mention the main ones that we have here is Old Highway 77, East 14th Street, Wild Rose Lane, Coffee Road, Old Alice Road, Dan Street, Vineyard Drive, Emerald Valley Boulevard, Pueblo Circuit, Coronation Drive, bless you, Vienna Street, Pompey Street, Naples Street, Las Canas Circuit, Morton Street, East Tyler Street, Barcelona Avenue, Artemisa Avenue, Price Road. So now we'll go back to what we did as a one city, and again, thanks for your support. It's gonna be the same kind of snapshot of everything of the accomplishments. We did ask for some feedback for directors just to see, making sure that we don't miss anything, because again, they have done incredible job. We have so many wings, but for economic development, we have recruited Embassy Suites full service hotel. We have successfully connected the first BTX fiber customer. Also, another big one is Purchase Commons Career and Technical Education Center from BISD and Gladys Porter Sioux expansion. We have recruited new airline eras for nonstop international flight to Monterrey, and the list keep going. Planning and zoning, we have supported the purchase of the Majestic Theater by UTRGV for Future Fine Arts Performance Center. We have facilitated through the street abandonment the purchase of BISD Longoria Elementary School by the UTRGV to locate new home for the School of Art and Design. We have updated the Unified Development Code, or UDC, to include recommended changes as identified in the BTX Mobility Plan. We have prepared and now launching the Downtown Renaissance Master Plan request for proposals. Prepare the City of Brownsville First Housing Plan request for proposals. And those are coming up now too. On the infrastructure, more highlights, as Ms. Ramirez already mentioned, the groundbreaking of the Old Highway 77 full reconstruction project. We have also secured 10 million grant for reconstruction of Brownsville South Padre Island International Airport for runway 1836. We have facilitated the construction and project management for the Sioux Master Plan, the Phase 1, the zip line, the water and wastewater project. We have also executed the next phase of the BTX Fiber maintenance and operations, which also include the inauguration of the BTX Fiber Center. Public safety, we have more wins here. We develop fire department response training strategies and propose funding agreements for new industries, including liquid, natural gas, or LNG, SpaceX, and Port of Brownsville. We also have purchased 84 vehicles for the Brownsville Police Department. Chief is using new vehicles. As you know, every day successfully and humanely, we have assisted about 300 or 400 immigrants daily. Quality of life vibrancy, we inaugurated the West Rail Trail. We had hosted the first One City Youth Foundation Golf Tournament for youth scholarships. We have implemented quarterly community engagement events, such as the Southmost Branch Library. They hosted the meeting on the move. We have completed 60% of the design and the engineering phase 4, engineering for phase 4, the Southmost Nature Trail. And the list is huge, right? Moving on, governance. Just recently, we have issued a $23 million of certificates of obligations or COs to fund the purchase of the land for the zoo expansion, upgrades to the city hall, and matching funds for B Metro Transit projects. The COs were sold on the CO bids on a very low interest, and that is because we have maintained the city's strong bond rating, AI for Standard & Poor's and the AA3 with Moody's. We also approved and implemented the 3% COLA for the civilian employees. And that is a little bit of the snapshot. Again, we have so many that it was very hard for us to pick. Hopefully we did justice to all the great work that the other directors and the staff are doing every day for you all, but I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo, first of all, thank you to the mayor and the city commission. Many of the projects that some are included there, here, or in the work plan were born of your strategic visioning plan that you implemented. You really talked about big projects or the next projects, right? And also to all our employees that are dedicated employees that work towards this project. And I agree, we can always get better, but we also have to celebrate our wins. Thank you.
I don't have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I don't have a question, just a quick comment. I appreciate the end of year update. I know that the pillars were put forth by the commission, and it's important for us to be transparent with the community in terms of what we have accomplished. So I look forward to putting this out in the community and sharing what we have done. Thank you for that.
Yes, sir, thank you.
And I wanted to ask also, I noticed the final presentation that we received via email today did not include the 2024 recap of highlights. So yeah, those slides were new for us. If we could make sure that on the website for public facing, that those are available to the public.
Yes, sir. We'll go ahead and make that a correction.
Thank you.
I have a comment on the 2025, what you're going to be doing with the trails. I think it's important for us to go to the area by Price. There's a trail back there behind Hidden Valley. From Price to 802, I don't think that we had lights going up there. There's lights, but they're very far away. And Danny told me that they're going to start from 802 toward going north to be able to put some solar lights there. Hopefully you can move back to Price because there's that bridge right there, that red bridge. I think it's red. Is it red? Yeah, but they're super far away, so it gets real dark in between. I've been walking there with my girl, so it's real dark. So, oh yeah, we spoke about it, I believe, right? Well, I spoke to Danny about it.
Yeah,
so.
we can look at that, Commissioner, definitely. See if
Yeah,
there-
hopefully we can
is
put
there
some more.
gaps in the lighting.
All right, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll happy weather shine and remind them. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Great job.
Next is the city manager's updates. It is welcoming the new city secretary, myself.
I can. So I'd like to thank you, Myra, for being with us. She brings much knowledge and history, BA from Texas A&M Commerce. Also recently worked with the city of Wilmer in the Metroplex, Dallas Metroplex. And also she received the prestigious city certified municipal clerk designation, the Texas Municipal Clerks Association. So the certifications are very important. And she maintains her affiliation with not only the Texas Municipal Clerk Association, but the Association of Hispanic Municipal Officials and the Leadership Southwest Alumni Association. So welcome, Myra. We're very happy for you to be here, and we'll be working very closely together. And her family, she has family in Eagle Pass, right?
Yes.
So even though she moved from Dallas, she has family from the valley or near the valley. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the work, for the warming welcoming. Now we will proceed to the consent agenda.
I'll move to approve consent items.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve consent. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item number one is the consideration and action to acknowledge the finance director's financial statements and investment report for the city of Brownsville for the fourth quarter ended September 30th, 2024, presented by the Financial Service Department.
Good evening, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Stephen Ministel Muse with the Financial Services Department. I'll be going over the fiscal year 2024 fourth quarter update. I'll go over the highlights first. General fund revenues totaled 138.9 million. Expenditures totaled 140.3 million. Sales tax revenues totaled 45.6 million. And the property tax collections for general fund totaled 36.8 million. The PUB cash transfer totaled 11.2 million. And I do need to add that we're pending, after their audit process, we get another payment around January, so that's not included in this. The city landfill generated 19.5 million, and the Veterans Bridge payments totaled 3.6. And again, we're still pending a final payment at the end of their audit process. Here we'll take a look at the general fund revenues. They're by category, and in blue we have fiscal year 2023, red is fiscal year 2024, and the green bar is the fiscal year 2024 budget. And the budgeted revenues were 147.1 million. Revenues across all sources totaled 138.9 million. The fiscal year 2024 revenues decreased about 4.2 million compared to 2023, and that's mostly due to the intergovernmental or grant revenues. So sales tax highlights, 45.6 million for fiscal year 2024, which was 4.23% more, or 1.8 million than last year. On the bottom, you can see the year-over-year increase going back to fiscal year 2018, and on the right, we have our rolling 12-month sales tax, where December was the best performing month, and immediately afterwards, January was the worst performing, but we did have a 4.5%, 4.15% increase overall. Property tax highlights, we had collections of 62.2 million. That includes debt service and general fund. That split 39% to debt service and 61% to general fund. Utility service and cash transfers, as it relates to PUB. Utility services were about the same as last year. Very slight increase. And then the cash transfer, we're at 11.2, which is a slight decrease, but that's pending the January payment that we'll receive at the beginning of next year. Here's another look at our other general fund revenues. Intergovernmental had a 7.2 million decrease. That's primarily attributed to grants that were running in fiscal year 2023, expired in 2024, and that's why we see that discrepancy there. Fees and services, 2.6 million increase, mostly because of the ambulance service fees. Franchise fees, 456,000 decrease, and interest income had a 83,000 decrease due to changing market conditions. Now we'll take a look at our general fund expenditures. These are listed by function. Again, blue is fiscal year 23, red is fiscal year 2024, and the green is fiscal year 24's budget. The amended budget totaled 154 million. Expenditures across all functions were 140.3, and the Q4 expenditures decreased about 6.9 million to compared to fiscal year 2023, and that's mostly related to operating transfers that were not needed. Look at our general fund balance. We started with 49.4 million, ended with 48 million. Of that 48, 39.4 million is our unassigned fund balance. The 1.2 million decrease compared to fiscal year 2023, and that's mostly due to the mid-year amendments we've done. And that 39.4 million translates to 102 operating days. So we're 12 days in excess of our minimum requirement of 90 days reserve balance. Here's a look at our other fund summary. On the left, you have the fund name, And it shows the beginning balance, revenues, expenditures, other financing sources, and then the ending fund balance for them. There's not much difference in most of them. The community development, we're still pending some grant reimbursements, and that'll bring it up to zero. I also want to point out here that the public transit is showing 29.2 million. It's actually 34.1. We did do some last end of year adjustments, and grant reimbursements recently that are not reflected here. So it's 34.1 million. And then the fiber broadband is about 200,000 shortfall. We're expecting revenues next year. So at that point, that should be offset. Here's a look at our employee benefits fund. We did receive 15.7 million in fund contributions, 15.1 million in disbursements for a 600,000 increase to an ending net position of 1.9 million. Revenues included 11.2 from city contributions, 1.9 from employee and retiree contributions. Rebates and reimbursements total 2.2. And of the 15.1 million expenditures, on the left, you can see the breakout. 63% were medical and dental claims, 25% prescription drug claims, 6% specific and aggregate stop loss, 5% admin fees, and 1% for our healthcare consultant. Some indicators, economic indicators we look at are veteran bridge revenues and crossings. The bridge crossings across all categories total 2 million, which is a small decrease compared to last year's total crossings. However, we did see an increase in commercial vehicle crossings, so 266,000 for commercial vehicle crossings, which was 1.3% higher than last year. The bottom left chart, you can see the bridge payments we've received, and that is still pending one final payment. On the top right, you see the gross revenues for the Veterans Bridge, which is slightly under last year's, about 300,000 short of what we received last year, or what the bridge received last year. And the one below that shows our traffic. You can see that the auto and motorcycle traffic is the one that had the dip compared to last year, the pedestrian traffic. Here's a look at our building permit analysis. As of September 2024, the number of permits issued has increased by 7% to a total of 2,027 permits. Current year permits did decrease slightly. But you can see that there was a change in permit values, and it's kind of focused in the new commercial permits, and that coupled with the commercial vehicle crossings kind of points towards support for sales tax, continued sales tax growth. Lastly, we have a look at our investment report. We have 215 million invested at the moment, or as of 9/30, 58% in public funds investment pools, 4% in interest-bearing demand accounts, 37% in money market accounts, and we do have only one CD at the moment. We were in the middle of transitioning to a U.S. Treasury-based ladder, Treasury securities. So that'll be something to look at on the next quarterly report. Our current weighted average days to maturity is 13, which is very liquid, but as we get that ladder established, that'll be stretched out. And our current weighted average yield is 4.60%. Our target to beat is the 3-month T-bill, which is 4.52. So we did have a slight win there. That concludes the fourth quarter update. Is there any questions?
I'll move to approve resolution 2024-105.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Action item number 2 is to receive a presentation on and discuss a plan of finance in relation to the potential issuance of certificates.
City Secretary, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just realized the motion that I made, I was reading the wrong resolution number. I need to amend that.
Yes.
Exactly. I just realized I was looking at the board section. Do I need to move to reconsider or just make the new motion?
I would move to reconsider.
I will move to reconsider my motion.
Motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Now I'll restate the motion as move to acknowledge the finance director's financial statements and investment report.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you, City Secretary.
Okay, now we'll move on to action item number 2, is to receive the presentation on and discuss a plan of finance in relation to the potential issuance of certificates of obligation and the general obligation of refunding bonds and other matters related thereto. Financial Services Department.
Stephen Muse, Financial Services Department. At this time, I'll turn it over to our financial advisors with Estrada Hinojosa. We have Mr. Dave Gordon with us today.
Thank you, Stephen. Again, I'm Dave Gordon with Estrada Hinojosa. We're a financial advisor to the city. I'm here with my partner, Isaiah Huerta. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. So over the last few weeks, we've been working with your staff to develop a plan of finance to finance the various projects that you have for your upcoming capital improvement program. And so I'm here to kind of go through that. On this page number 1, first of all, we have your outstanding debt. You can see that we have, the city has about 196.6 million of outstanding obligations of different types. Of that, 128.7 million is callable. The call feature is important to note just because that allows you the opportunity to call that debt at an appropriate time for savings. You can see in the upper right-hand corner a couple of things about the city. One is that you have ratings from both S&P and Moody's. Those are the two principal rating agencies that are out there in the marketplace. Those are both very strong investment grade ratings that you should be proud of, with a AA from S&P and a AA3 from Moody's. And then you can see some metrics about the city's tax rate and taxable assessed valuation and tax levy in the charts below that. In general, as you know, the city has 2 different tax rates that we're dealing with here. One is the maintenance and operations tax, and the other one is the INS, or debt service tax. That's the principal one that will pay the debt service on these obligations. And then you can see finally on the bottom right-hand side a graphical depiction of the city's debt profile. The debt profile has been kind of managed over the last number of years to make it so that you have the opportunity to finance the projects that you and your citizens want and have that capacity. And you can see that it has a very downward sloping debt profile. So for this year's capital improvement program, there's really 2 different sections that we're dealing with. The first is about 45.9 million that will be supported by the city's INS tax rate. And the other is 11.9 million that will be supported by revenues from the landfill. Although you'll have a tax pledge, there will be no need to actually use taxes to pay for those obligations. So the notice that you have, if you pass that today, is for 58 million. So there's a little bit of cushion in there, but you can see the total here is 57.8 million, of which about 20% will be paid for by landfill revenues, and the balance would be paid for by INS taxes. And if there's any more questions on these, we can go through more detail. This is obviously a high-level summary of these. I know that the city has discussed these projects in detail over the last number of weeks. So on this page, we basically have modeled out how the debt will affect your tax rate and fit into your overall plan, knowing full well that you have other projects that you'll be financing in the future as well. You can see on the left-hand side your taxable assessed valuation, which for fiscal year 25 was about 10.3 million. And that was a healthy increase of about 8.5% over last year. So for future years, we've used a conservative 3% each year to kind of model how that might grow over time. And then you can see in column C your existing debt service. And then you have certain debt that's considered self-supporting through agreements with the GBIC and the BCIC, as well as through the airport. And then you can see the new debt service. It's been specifically structured to basically target a tax rate of about 25 cents on your INS tax rate, which you can see over in the far right-hand column and column K for FY26. We expect that the debt service this year could be issued at a rate of around right at 4%. We modeled here 4.2%, which was 30 basis points or 0.3% over the current market when we did it. So hopefully if rates were where we expect them, we'd be just under 4%. And then you can see the debt service, again, how it's structured. The first interest payments will actually be paid for by funds that you have on hand. And then it's specifically structured to hit that 25-cent tax rate next year in FY '26. And then it's level debt service after that. And then you can see in column I, that's the portion of this debt. Again, about 20% of the debt will be paid for by landfill revenues. So that portion will become self-supporting. Then you see the total net debt service, and then again, the target tax rate over in column K. You can see in FY '26, the 25-cent tax rate. You'll also notice that there's, again, just because of the way your debt is shaped right now with the descending debt profile, that there'll be significant capacity going forward to issue additional debt. I know that you have a pretty extensive capital improvement program that the city has been working on, that this should allow you to do that going forward. So this is kind of graphically what the debt profile will look like after the issuance. With regard to the schedule for the issuance of the debt, so what you'd be doing today is basically passing a resolution to post notice of your intent to issue the certificates of obligation. So in Texas, that first notice has to be posted in a publication as well as on the city's website, at least 45 days prior to the action that you're going to take up. And then the second notice would be posted a week after that. So you can see that we have those scheduled for December 14th and December 21st. Then as that is going along, we'll be preparing an offering document called the Preliminary Official Statement, or POS. We'll also be working with the rating agencies to have those ratings reviewed again and hopefully affirmed as well. So the next action then the city would take would be on February 4th. We would come back to the city, and at that point, we have scheduled to pass or for the city to review a parameters resolution to pass the certificates of obligation, as well as a potential refunding. And then expectation is that we would take bids on the obligations on the following week, and then close on March 12th. There is a small refinancing that we're tracking right now that produces about 2.5% savings, or about $180,000. It's not a transaction that we would recommend doing by itself, but since you're doing the certificates of obligation, there's an opportunity to take advantage of this and go ahead and do that transaction at the same time, assuming that market rates stay kind of within the range that they're in right now. I mentioned the call date earlier. These obligations are all currently callable. It's principally the 2015 obligations. And if you don't call them, as long as they're in the money and they do produce some savings, then basically you'll just continue to pay them off at the old rate. So we are going to proceed along the idea that we will bring that to you. And if market rates go the wrong way, then we won't discuss that anymore. But if market rates continue within the range of where they are, or hopefully improve, then we'll be bringing that back to you back on February 4th. So again, we're a financial advisor to the city. Bond counsel is McCall Parker Horton. Jay Juarez was unable to attend tonight, but he's been actively involved with the transaction already. Again, the rating agencies are Moody's and Standard & Poor's, and you can see the paying agent. And this is set up as a competitive sale like you did last year. So basically, we're not going to be selecting underwriters. There'll be a process whereby we post the offerings on a particular website, and then we receive bids from prospective bidders, and whoever wins is the winner of the transaction. So that's kind of a high-level summary of the one or possibly two transactions that you guys would be considered. But the first step would be tonight would be to pass a resolution of your notice of intent to issue the debt, and then we'll go through the rest of the process as I've outlined. I know that's a lot of information. Any questions?
Questions, comments?
No.
No, it's just exciting to see the projects that are about to come in by being able to accept this. And that's what we're really looking forward to. I know that we've mentioned that previously, but would you mind sharing a little bit, Helen, as to how influential this will be to the city?
I think one of the most important projects that'll come out in the next presentation is being able to design the public safety complex. So not only our road projects such as Old Highway 77 and all the drainage projects that we have coming on, but Also, being able to design what will be the future police station, emergency operations center, which is really right now the conference room of our central library, and fire administration and cybersecurity IT, and hopefully future City Hall campus. Thank you.
I think there's no action on this item. We can go to number 3.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Action item number 3 is a consideration and action on resolution number 2024-109, authorizing the publication and posting of the notice of intention to issue the certificates of obligation to finance certain capital improvements for an amount of approximately $58 million.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to pass resolution number 2024-109.
Second, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion on this item? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you.
Perfect. Action item number 4 is the consideration and action to approve the task order for the term contract ASC-41-0719, the Architectural Services Contract Agreement for the City of Brownsville to Megamorphosis, Inc. For architectural, structure and mechanical and electrical and plumbing services at the City of Brownsville Public Safety Center in the amount of $4,225,000 and $1,740,860 for the additional services, surveying, the public safety consulting services, the windstorm and other related services for a total of $5,965,860 as budgeted, the Enterprise Project Management Office.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. The City of Brownsville completed a request for qualifications and RFQ process in fiscal year 2020 for services that included architectural and other design services. At this time, we interviewed several firms, and we have 5 firms on our on-call list. This process provides a list of 5 pre-qualified vendors that the city may select from for a period of 5 years. In this particular case or particular item, Megamorphosis is one of the pre-qualified lists for this project and meets all the requirements for this project. I'll be going through some of their experience and qualifications for your information and our viewing audience. As you can see here, Megamorphosis has a diverse skill set and expertise. They've been in business for 30 years in the Rio Grande Valley. They've completed numerous public sector items. Some of them as more recent as Quinta Mazatlan in the Hidalgo County area. They are one of the most awarded architecture firms in the region. I'd also like to congratulate them. They recently were named a Lower Rio Grande Valley AIA Architecture Firm of the Year. I believe this just happened on Friday. Megamorphosis also has extensive experience in public safety facilities around the Rio Grande Valley. Here we highlight a couple of the projects that they've worked on. More recently, the Harlingen Fire Station number 2, and some of the aircraft rescue facilities that were at Valley International Airport, the La Feria Community Safe Room, and Harlingen Police Department, and the Harlingen Emergency Operations Center. In addition to their extensive experience with public safety facilities, with the City of Brownsville, they've been working on several projects. More notable is the Cannery project, which we all know has taken a little bit of time to complete. During this extensive time of completion, Megamorphosis has been very instrumental in being there for the whole time and duration of the project and making sure that the changes in construction that we've had throughout the project from contractor changes have been followed through adequately for the duration of the project and hopefully finishing that in the next couple of months. In addition to the qualifications that you see here, Don, our public safety consultant, has met with them and reviewed their qualifications, their capabilities for the project that we're proposing today. On the following slide, you can see a list of the architectural and engineering design services and the firms they're looking to utilize and the deliverable timelines. I'll go over some of the basic services, which include the architectural design being proposed by Megamorphosis. For the structural engineering, we have Green and Rubiano, their office out of Harlingen. For mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, we have Ethos Engineering out of Harlingen, Texas. This includes the basic services. For additional services, which we have civil engineering, Mejia and Rose out of Brownsville, Texas. The landscape architecture firm is SMM Studio out of New Orleans, Louisiana. For the windstorm certification, Green Rubiano and Associates, they're also out of Harlingen, Texas. And then our safety consultant, Don out of Dallas, and then Howell Systems, who will be doing our technical consulting for the facility itself, is out of Allen, Texas. Our accessibility specialist for ADA compliance is from Brownsville, Texas, Mr. Felipe Guerrero. The signage and branding is being done by a firm, Core Design Studio out of Houston, Texas, and the furnishings will be done by Megamorphosis. For the total estimated cost for the design services right now, we're looking at $5,965,860. We do have this budgeted at the time. We estimate a 12 to 15 month design duration. If you have any questions at this time, I'd be more than glad to answer them for you.
I would also like to add that, sorry, just before that, is that we did receive a $1 million FEMA grant to help with the design of the EOC that was stated that can be applied to the design of this building. Thank you.
I do have one question. First of all, I think this is great, right? This is a good thing that's going to happen. My question is, why are we starting on this if we really haven't 100% got the property? Are we very comfortable with it?
Yes, sir. We're anticipating, and we've had good conversations with some of our partners regarding the land. So we feel good about where that's going. And I think in January, that'll be tied up. So we feel confident about that. And so it is, right when we get it, we'll be ready to go. But we can already start now, even, what are our needs, the needs assessment, the square footage assessment. I mean, that work can be done either way,
And then
right?
you figure it out.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the task order.
Second.
All right, we have a motion second. Any further discussion on this item? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Congratulations.
Board appointments will proceed. Is the consideration and action on resolution number 2024-105 to appoint or reappoint members to the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation, BCIC Board of Directors.
Good evening. I'm here today because we have 3 appointments. Thank you so much. 3 appointments for the board. One appointment, Mark Horowitz wishes to be reappointed to the board, and the other 2 do not wish to continue.
Motion to reappoint Mark Horowitz.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
The next item is.
Nope, we still have a couple of more appointments. That's okay.
I'd like to vote on my appointment for next meeting, please.
And Tino's the
I
other
don't know
one.
if Commissioner Varela is he on the,
That's correct.
Now,
so we'll hold 2 for next meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Action item number 2 is the consideration and action on resolution number 2024-110 to appoint or reappoint members to the Airport Board, the Airport Department.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Angel Ramos with the airport. I'm the Airport Director at Brownsville South Padre Island International Airport. We have 4 vacancies at this time. We have 3 of the board members that their term is expiring at the end of the month, and 1 that we receive as a resignation.
I'll be reappointing Patricia Guillermo.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I will be reserving my application or my appointment till the next one. I do see some District 2 appointees here, so I see 3 of them.
I will be reappointing, I'd like to reappoint Javier Villarreal.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to appoint Ed Rivera.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item number 3 is the consideration and action on resolution number 2024-115 to appoint or reappoint members to the Animal Regulation and Care Advisory Committee, ARCAC.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Antonio Caldwell, the Department of Health, Wellness, and Animal Services, bringing forward to you 2 vacancies, one of which, Teresa Saldivar, was a resignation. That is an appointment by Mayor Cowan. The second is a vacancy due to attendance, and that's an appointment by Commissioner Villarreal. I believe we have 3 applications on file.
Sorry to interrupt, Antonio. Can we move back to make an appointment for Commissioner Macias, the last item? She's ready to.
Council, you okay with that?
Yeah, we're fine to bring back. The airport board.
Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and fill in and I'll appoint myself. Just until then, I can find someone.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Can I confirm, is that Marla Sandoval or is that Maria Sandoval? I think she applied for 2.
It is Marla.
It's Marla.
Mayor,
Marla.
I believe the board requires city residency in order to serve.
Okay, so she's not qualified.
Just a heads up.
Just want to make sure. Thank you. I'm going to hold my appointment to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Is there someone else?
Tino, but
There's Tino, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Action item number 4 is the consideration and action on resolution 2024-114 to appoint or reappoint members to the Parks and the Recreation Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Commission. We have one appointee that will be expiring their term. It is in District 2, and we're asking for appointment of an individual.
Let me go ahead and appoint Patricia Barrera.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have that, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Action item number 5 is the consideration and action on resolution 2024-116 to appoint or reappoint members to the Brownsville Convention and Visitors Bureau, BCVB.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. We have several appointments right now. We just received the resignation for Mr. Jack Soto. We have Mr. Edgar Navarro, who also resigned, and we have Deva Monsivais and Roman Portes, whose terms are up, and Ms. Lajoma Peterson, after 3 consecutive absences, she's automatically out.
I'd like to hold my appointment for the next meeting, please.
Just, yeah, Commissioner, let me make clear. There's only 3 positions on this board that we currently appoint, correct?
Yes, correct. We are updating our bylaws to reflect the new commission ordinance. on all the commissions and the boards.
And so while you had appointed the last one, it doesn't belong to any one of our seats. Anyone on the commission can make a nomination.
I understand. Thank you.
So Mayor, if,
To appoint Scott Fry.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Mayor, I do have a question. If we are going to move from this to the new way of appointing, would it not just be better if we wait for the rest of these appointments?
Thought CVB was different in that you are supposed to retain some of your own appointments, or am I wrong?
Yes, so the commission will have their 7 appointments and then the CVB will only hold 3.
Okay.
But until that time, we can fill the other spot, and then we'd look at which commissioner made the motion, and the other spots will be filled in by everybody else.
Okay.
I do want to say that Mr. Roman Portes is seeking reappointment. He's currently sitting on the board.
How has he been with regard to attendance,
Excellent, and
compliance,
he's a hotelier.
participating and contributing?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to reappoint him.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
And that's it.
Thank you.
Now we will enter into executive session. Item 1 is to close pursuant to the Texas Government Code.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Thank you for that. And then I'll read it into the record while y'all proceed to the executive session. Item number 1 is to be closed into executive session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, and related to the 89th Texas legislator. Number 2 is to enter into closed executive session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, related to the building plans reviews. Number 3 is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, related to BPOA, the arbitration. Item 4 is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071 and 551.072, to discuss the real property and in the deliberation related to the project Nottingham. Item 5 is closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, related to BCIC, the Quality of Life Projects. Item 6 is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, in related to 1, the memorandum of understanding with BPUB, and 2, the Resaca drainage and the restoration projects and programs. And item 7, closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, related to the upcoming city manager, the city attorney, and the city auditor performance evaluations. The time is 6:20.
Council, before we reconvene, I noticed that on the agenda, we've got consideration possible action on 3 items. But I know there was 1 item on
Number
the
3.
BPOA arbitration.
Correct.
Okay.
We're going to need motion on that one. And then also on 2, possible action, we'll
Yep.
need a
Got
different
my
motion.
notes for 2. I just
Rather-
want to make sure, since it's not on there, that the city
Correct.
secretary knows to call that out.